And we're back. Horde day yesterday, huge success. Now I just need to hang around, wait for the trader to open, and work off my last little bit of death shame. Oh, I never upgraded those. I can also try taking these floating bars out. Should be a little faster now that I have a much bigger hammer. I mentioned a while ago that screamers are attracted to your base, or rather, spawned with the instructions to charge your base based on something called the heat map, which increases with loud actions and running machines. The big daddy of all loud actions is attacking and breaking metal. And worst of all, there was, and may still be, a bug in the game where the last hit against a metal object, the noise event created for the heat map when metal is broken, may be doubled. I know it was in earlier versions. Not sure if that's still true. For this reason, mining metal, iron or lead, is the noisiest, most screamer-intensive thing that you can do. But mining is still a little out of our reach. You don't exactly go into the ground trying to collect a whole bunch of iron and lead when the best thing you have is a stone axe. So I have a couple things to try and sell Rekt when he finally opens. A little bit more iron. Another armor part. Don't exactly remember where that came from. And armor-wise, we still have only one mod slot. We kind of need the light. The light turns the very difficult to see into the actually possible to see. So, kind of an important thing to keep on. As for the rest of armor, we can still make 3. Which isn't really worth the penalties, even for medium. I could just make a piece of light to see how it compares. Because if I can get a light armor rating of higher than I currently have, that might be worth something. Assassin gloves here are medium. What can I find in the light department? The rogue set is light. And the reason I'm targeting the rogue set specifically is because the hood increases loot stage. So that might be useful for us. The gloves are for lockpicking, the boots are for fall damage, and the outfit itself increases sneak power, which is pretty useless for us, since we have no sneak, and not only do we have no sneak, but all of our weapons automatically break stealth. I can't search for light armor specifically. Yeah, let's try out the rogue hood. Increase our loot stage. It's fairly cheap. 3 armor kits, cloth, and some iron. And it gives us something to do while we're just waiting for time to pass. Not like I don't have the iron, though maybe we should make more. Armor crafts very quickly. Okay, plus 6% to loot bonus, minus 1.6 to light armor. And we lose 100 durability. But it does get 2 modifier slots. I do have this that increases armor rating by 2, so I can make a small profit in terms of armor rating, but then I wouldn't be able to install my strength mod. I think we'll do it temporarily. It's not much of a loot bonus, but a constant loot bonus that I pay essentially nothing for is not the worst idea. Now I have a light armor rating of 11, whereas this previously had, well, 11.3. This is now 11.7. Very, very small increase. And we lose the durability. But now I have a basic thief hood. Near-death trauma, experience debt. Gain experience to work off the debt. That's exactly what what I said it was. What can we do for iron? Up to 244. That's probably too much. Let's make 100. Which will be completed in 8 minutes of the 9 minutes we fueled this for. Works for me. Also kind of low on food. Let's take some of the pie with us. Everything else is pretty much just dandy. challenges we can knock out while we're here? Craft pipe bombs. Cement mixer is off the table. We can't make that yet. Concrete mix requires the cement mixer. Chemistry station is way out of our reach. And gas cans requires a chemistry station. So pretty much pipe bombs is what we could do if we had more gunpowder. And while it's possible to craft more gunpowder without a chemistry station, it's very, very inefficient. Don't really know why the floor was damaged there, but we fixed it. Another dozen free water. As I survey my domain, I don't see anything moving up there. Maybe I could make some headway toward that treasure map. Unlike buried supplies quests, treasure maps do not randomly spawn zombies every time you narrow down the search area. It's just you and the dig and whatever zombies happen to be nearby already. I don't have any skill points that might improve this further. So the only real challenge here, besides the locals and that it's still nighttime, might be the fact that it's cold here in the winter biome. But I seem to be weathering that just fine. Let's not think about how apparently effortless it is to ride a bike in the snow. There's a deer up there. More important than deer, though, is more eggs. This bike stops for bird nests because we are very low on eggs. That's a bear near the top right, just fading into that tree. Well, let's not mess with that bear. Bears are big animals, worth a lot of meat. But to claim that meat, you have to be able to kill the bear. Deer are much easier. Oh, yep, stab the bike. Good move. We got a wolf to the left here as well. That is more meat and another deer. Wolf did not die, but it doesn't know where we are. It still doesn't know where we are. There we go. I didn't think I was that sneaky. This wasn't supposed to be a hunting trip, but as long as the wildlife is going to make it easy. Possible honey in case of infection? Not today. That little white rock is nitrate. That is a nitrates deposit. Important for the manufacture of gunpowder, additional farm plots, and probably a few other chemicals. Oh no. That thing is what happened to the direwolf. There used to be a much larger wolf enemy with glowing eyes. They turned it into that. This new undead abomination. I don't know how dangerous they are in an absolute sense. I know that with something like a rifle and a good skill point investment, they can go down in just a few shots. But I have a middling grade shotgun, and I'm still fairly early on in my career. So we're going to leave him alone. What's funny about these trees, these blue spruce trees that are unique to the snow biome, is that you can grow them anywhere. When they grow up, They look just like this. Snow-covered, dense pines. Even if they're in the desert. This doesn't change anything, but it's amusing to think about, having a snow-covered tree in the desert. You'll notice we're just tearing through this top layer. That's because snow is a very, very weak block. I'm not even sure how much durability it has. 50. Which the shovel completely devastates. So all I have to do to keep this circle shrinking is dig the snow until I can dig the snow no mo, as long as I do so inside the circle. Now we've gone from a gigantic circle to that. And this is where we go down. I think that's it. Yep, that's the box. It is, amusingly enough, outside the circle. It's also locked, which all treasure map caches are. We can smash through 5,000, or use some lockpicks, or that's what the time charge is for. That is 3,000 damage to a single block. It's a very useful little toy. But loud. All these guys definitely spawned and were not here previously, which I'm not used to from treasure caches. But they're done now. We have over 5,000 bucks, some assorted ammunition, and some assorted ammunition crafting materials. Not a bad take. And now that that's taken care of, Wrecked is open. So we can just tootle on back from our... What is this place? It looks kind of military. It looks very military. All the barbed wire and the sandbags. I don't see the perimeter of landmines that military buildings usually have. Gold Rush Station. Tier 4. Plus 1.5 for being in the snow biome. I've never seen that one before. I don't know if I'm up to a brand new Tier 4. So there is a mine perimeter, but only on one side. This reminds me of a POI that used to be in the previous versions of the game. It was very similar to this. One of the major differences being that let's throw that out. One of the major differences was that these walls were concrete, but it still had the 4 corner watchtowers. Okay, bye. What? What? How? Where? It's under the bridge? It is under the bridge. Why wasn't that loaded? And where did the bridge go? I wasn't even aiming in that direction. Well, this is certainly an interesting start. We haven't even begun. We've already had a dog attack out of nowhere. And now we're picking fights we might not be able to win. There are definitely guys up in these towers that are accessed from inside the scaffold. Bye. Oh, there's a second one. They growled after one of them growled after he died. Oh, ow! Well, that's what the cast is for. Oh. Well, what did that do? Usually one of those key racks opens something. But I'm not seeing... Oh, it must have opened that fence back there. What? How dare you duck? Alright, gonna have to be more careful with these ladders. And I can't jump as long as this cast is on. Or sprint, for that matter. So we're stuck basically into our usual playstyle of being extremely aggressive and holding our ground. A 3 pistol. Interesting find. Not sure how much it helps us. I mean, a longer range weapon is a longer range weapon. Maybe we could use it for hunting. That's another legendary part. We don't have very many of those. We have that book already. You can tell because the icon in the upper left is an open book. If it was a closed book, we'd still need to read it. Like these closed books. Knife crafting and armor crafting. Oh, is that how we get deeper in? Yeah, because that gate is locked. So I guess I'm hitting this very loud button, probably triggering an ambush. Let's not do it on an empty stomach. As expected. I figured the crowd would be more dense and faster. But we're alive, which is the key thing. We have to poke around until we find our next problem. What are these? Dirt. Clay soil, more accurately. I would love to have entire bags of these. Military goods. I don't think I've ever seen that type of container before. And then these cubes are more dirt and rocks. The darker cubes, also clay soil and rocks. With a little splash of sand when they're fully destroyed. Then there are these pallets of what look like ammo cans. They're empty. I know from experience they're empty. These are basically big blocks of not a lot of metal. Hardly any metal at all. The big generators are mostly area dressing. Alright. Where's the next huge group that'll come? Hi. Would you like, perhaps, some fire? Why are you ignoring my shells? Whoa, hi. They made it through the fence. He's not dead yet. Ow. Bleeding. Infected. Many, many problems. Leave me alone. Fall down or something already. Also have a deep laceration, which is its own problem. Fall down. Oh gee, there's more of them beating on that door now. I need to retreat further. But I can't, because I'm being pursued. Another door closed. You want to beat on that door? Fire goes through doors. No. We're not playing this game over here, too. Okay. Their numbers have been trimmed down a bit. Oh, you're fast. Have some more fire. How are you so tough? Finally. I got pushed back a long way. We have that schematic too. Ooh, armor and muffled connectors. Also a dead mod because there's an advanced muffled connectors, making this one functionally pointless. Ooh, that looks like a busy place. Not looking forward to the next wave, given what the last one did. this is unlocked. So this is the next phase, which is an ambush trigger. Oh no. Water. Put myself out. Kids, don't play with fire. Go away. They are way, way too fast. I'm forced to sprint on my broken leg, which hurts, of course. We're also bleeding. How did you get here so quickly? We need to retreat further. Okay, this door still holds. This one is having problems. At least they're opening shortcuts for us to get back. I can't really shoot through that little hole with a shotgun without destroying the door further. That's so many of them. Well, now the hole is bigger. And that looks like and sounds like everybody. The ominous music is gone. What a mess. What? Oh boy. Oh no. Oh no, not more of you. They got through the door as it was closing. This is locked open. I've been pushed all the way outside. Don't hit that mine. Jeez. They just won't go down, and there's so many of them. Now I'm cold. No points for guessing why. Oh look, a pickaxe. That'll be nice to have. Lamb rations. Shepherd's pie, not a big deal. Well, let's go back in and finish this thing. Now that we've lost so much and our afflictions have conveniently fallen off, okay, that's not supposed to happen. The chance of getting a critical hit affliction from an attack is supposed to be based on your percentage of missing health. If you have no missing health, you're supposed to have a 0% chance of afflictions like bleed. But I was at full health, I was hit exactly once, and I got bleed. That's not how this is supposed to work. I'm also very concerned about this button. I don't know what it'll do. Well, it opened that hatch. Is there more nonsense down here? There's a whole tunnel down here. That's not a good sound. Several more afflictions. Another army of soldiers. This has become an extremely costly exploration. And what do we have to show for it so far? A pickaxe. Every step of the way, I'm being forced all the way back to the beginning because I have no more points that can be defended. Not even this ladder, which should be easy to defend. That's somebody outside. And another spider. Where did you come from? And why won't you die? I don't think I hit him with that. Honestly, what good are these guard posts if you can't see outside with them? Can't see anything with them. The cover is good, but the visibility is non-existent. Oh, I did get him with the fire. Now there's crawlers. You guys can have fire too. I don't think they understand how ladders work. Also, there's a button here, and somebody was drilling. Alright. At the risk of causing even more problems for myself, what does this button do? It closes this hatch. In what world would I ever want to do that? Maybe it's also meant to open that hatch. You know, in case you end up down here through some other means. Knife 3, a couple of books. Weapons do 10% more damage when using a scope. Let's update our knife. Repair that one, scrap this one. Yeah, that might have been it. A button down here to open that hatch in case you don't unlock the hatch from above. It should not take 3 power attack headshots to kill anything. The good news is, this is the final loot. So whatever else is still upstairs in the tents, this is what it's all been for. I hope it can at least reimburse my lost health kits. So far, not really. Then we have this chest, which has a lot of health. I'm just not going to bother lockpicking. That didn't do enough. 1 or 2 more of these. That's what they're for, after all. Wow. You'd think an explosion damage rating of 3000, applied twice, would deal 6000 damage. Apparently not. I get 1 bandage back. A 1 pistol, inferior to the 3 pistol we've already found. Another treasure map. Harvesting tools, repair tools, advanced mufflers, more bullets, and some diamonds to sell. So it wasn't entirely a waste of time and health. And there are more spiders in this one. And more of everything else. Nope. Nope. Okay, these guys at least aren't feral. Stealth boots mod? I think Rect offered me that once. What a nightmare. And this was only a tier 4. There are still 5s. And technically, by derivation, 6s. A 4 pistol? Boy, this sure would be nice if I used pistols. My shotgun, 16 damage times 10. The pistol, 42. Not bad for single shots. Who knows? It might have some efficacy somewhere. If I could find a silencer for it, I could get rid of my bow, maybe. Nope. The bow does 48. My arrows hit harder than this pistol. What kind of embarrassment is that? Pistol's faster, though. Pistol is faster. Surely some consideration should be taken for that. But now that we've basically killed ourselves, no, not basically, literally killed ourselves, at least once, exploring that new POI, it's time to get back. The only thing I'm stopping for now is more eggs. Dying as much as we are does have one small consolation prize, but it's as much bane as it is boon. And that can be found here in our game stage. Game stage goes up as you kill and collect kills. No, no more exploring. Game stage goes up as you collect kills. Game stage increases the difficulty of the zombies you face, and also increases the quality of the loot that you'll find. Each time you die, your game stage goes down a bit. So it reduces the game's difficulty and your loot quality every time you bite it. And that's on top of the experience penalty and dropping all your gear and whatever other penalties you add in the game options. Are these ready? I don't think these are ready. Nope. They still say growing. Not ready for harvest. I don't see much in the way of... Well, I could put an extended magazine and a muzzle brake on the pistol. That'd be something. But I don't really want to carry the pistol everywhere. Diamonds. Diamonds go into the Diamond Blade Tip mod, which improves tool degradation. It's the best mod for reducing tool degradation, but only applies to hand tools and bladed weapons. It also requires 3 diamonds, not 2, and diamonds sell decently well. So I think we will sell these and worry about finding more diamonds when we need a mod for them. Not really concerned about the diamonds right now. Everything in the bike also gets stored. That was the wrong button. That was the wrong button again. In my haste, I just keep hitting the wrong thing. And that leaves the snow. Snow has a few uses. One of them is you can equip it and throw it like rocks to distract zombies. The other is that it goes into the yucca juiced smoothie, which is a really nice drinking item. The trouble with it is that it requires snowballs from the snow biome and yucca fruit from the desert biome. So you kind of have to be well-traveled to make them. They're worth it, though. One of the best. It's not quite mineral water, but it also gives you cold resistance. Why a smoothie made with ice, basically a slushy, gives you cold resistance and not heat resistance, I will never understand. But that's just how the game works.
I'll sell you goods, but if you cross me, you'll meet the wrong end of my 44.
I'll take some dynamite. I have a very silly weakness for explosives, especially explosives that do block damage in a radius. This is weird though. It says explosion radius 1.5, and the time charges have an explosion radius of 1. The time charges have no explosion radius at all in practice, and this thing has an actual explosion radius of more like 4 or 5 blocks. This thing can pulverize walls if you need to get through somewhere in a hurry. Also on offer here is the Shamway secret recipe, which allows you to make sham. If you really want sham chowder, this is the only way to make your own sham and cease your reliance on cans of sham. I don't see a whole lot of value in it. Now what else do we have? A very close by fetch
If you want a job from me, you'll do
at
what
Pilsner's
you told. What are you
Emporium.
standing there for? Don't you have work? You want something?
Two positive skill points despite everything. Not bad. I could also take 10% more damage to safes. But given the state of our money, and the fact that this is in the listing, I'll take a filter. We can still afford this. 10% more damage to safes? It's not a lot. But another book in that vein, in that series, it's just nice to have. Great Heist 6. Use no stamina while sneak sprinting. That could be great too. We could also buy some concrete mix. We could also buy 50 concrete mix, which is 5 blocks worth.
Oh, you want
That's
to
not
get
worth paying
tough.
for.
Well, maybe you should try Shamway.
Filter. These are still murky, but all future water from this collector will be pre-purified. We won't have to boil it ourselves. That other one is still going to be murky. And there's this pickaxe. Block damage 49. Let's see, higher stamina cost, higher durability, slower, and improved block damage compared to our axe. I'm going to hang on to this and not use it just yet. It's a worthy item. We don't exactly have the stamina to feed it yet. So now I've got this fetch, very close by, and this other treasure map, way off in the distance. Should be able to do both. I also still want to go see Trader Chen again and ask her for opening trade routes and unlock the next trader, find out where he is. But that can wait. That can wait until we're faster than using just a bicycle. Alright, Tier 3 Strip Mall. Locked. Open. Locked. Stairs down to a barricade. This must be the way in. As long as we don't get completely swarmed by feral soldiers again, everything should be pretty fine. This couch and TV room reminds me of my brother's house. Nothing here. Well, maybe. Maybe it wants me to walk along and go into that window. That light suggests that's the way too. And since we now have nowhere else to go, that has become the only option. That torch also indicates that this is the hive. Bonk. It must be that enemies in a tier 4 simply have more health than those in tier 3. I can't otherwise explain how easy it is to dispatch the guys in here compared to the guys where we just came from, especially those spiders, which weren't armored. Which means we can't blame the armor of the soldiers for how hard they were to take down. No. There's the third cook pot for our eventual chemistry station. Now we're falling through this hole. There's no immediate... Okay, there is. But it's just him. I don't really need to loot water anymore. The rate that we're producing water at home is just fine. Not having to loot water should mean that I stop checking places that can only have water in them. This TV is defying physics. Oh well, I guess. True to wall. Mega Crush. Most potent drinkable in the game. 50% run speed for 6 minutes is not to be ignored. And now we're on tier 3 of food. Also, I'm finding so much coffee. Hello? Kitchen staff? Someone has sent back an order. I'm not gonna bring home one potato. Red tea. Let's just drink the red tea. Now we're underneath the stairs from earlier. And carrying on with things. Toilet knife. I should really be taking these sewing kits. They go into armor kits. Tuna fish gravy toast and Grandpa's awesome sauce now on the table. That's obviously a chemistry thing. Give me the chemistry thing. Not worth much. But still, worth breaking into. Pumpkins? Don't mind if I do. Couple seeds? Sure, I can stick them in my bike. Lots of cookbooks in here. That door is locked, so it's ladder time. This apartment's been a little bit rummaged through already. It's also only partially built. This should be an oven, based on the other apartments. And the medicine cabinet has fallen off the wall. Not sure how that could have happened. That's locked. So I followed the path. Where am I supposed to go from? Oh, over there. Let's just merely hopscotch across these air conditioning units. I knew there'd be somebody. It's been pretty predictable in that way. Oh, there are two in this apartment. We're breaking norms. Also, this apartment appears to be backwards. The stove and such should be on that wall. Bar rolling, we have that one. Handgun crafting, up to pipe pistol 4. Alright, over the beam. Locked. Unlocked. Broken. Okay, who's in this apartment? I can hear him squeaking around. Hi. He's dead. Out the window. Onto the ledge and down to this open window. Ooh, forged iron. And that is going to be on my last inventory slot. A bit of an issue, that, because I need at least one more. For that. So we are going to have to make some choices. I think those choices will involve the pumpkin, this water, and if I need paper, there are ways to get paper. 7 bones, not enough to be worth carrying around. 1 electrical part, a waste of space. Who cares if the door's locked? I'm going in. Oh! Okay. That happened. And from the looks of things, it was supposed to, because there was nowhere else to go from there. I've only ever seen these liquor piles contain water. And I don't need beer. No loitering. Violators will be shot on sight and prosecuted afterwards. Wags. Mostly air. Oops. That looks like a bowl of potato chips. Oh, potato chips. Appropriate. Loiterers will be shot on sight is kind of an advanced draconian ultimatum. That's just, the shopkeeper has decided you've overstayed your welcome, have a bullet. No warning. No warning implied. Look at all the water in here. Oh, beer and moonshine. Which we've already illustrated why the moonshine is not really worth using. Although it is better than some other alternatives that could have been. It also happens to sell for 100. Which isn't bad. Wait, I already banished paper. And now we're back outside in the fencing again. Boy. This place is a one-way maze, similar to some of their older POIs. The game used to be like this, with every POI being a tortuously long, twisted path. They mostly moved away from that as they were updating the game, with newer POIs being simpler and more straightforward. And less needlessly tedious. But it seems with the most recent updates, they've returned a bit to bad design. Like these ambush triggers that completely invalidate stealth. And these tight, twisted mazes again. And perhaps worst of all, we haven't seen any of that yet, absolutely needlessly big hordes just swarming and boiling out of everywhere. I'm out of space. I better go get my bike. Whee! Mega Crush time. Probably very much a waste of Mega Crush. That. Unlocking. I need to invest some skill points in unlocking. A 4x scope. That might never be useful. Knuckle wraps, that will never be useful. A speaker isn't useful. 5-stone shovel is not possible if the stats were different. Primitive items do not have random stat variants. And with that, we can return direct. And drop our stuff off. And while I'll take another job from Rekt, my priority is getting to the next buried treasure. Didn't I have armor parts? Did those end up in my bike? Perhaps. That's being sold, this is being sold. It might be to my advantage to actually carry this pistol around. With a mag extender, a possible 4x scope if it'll fit. I don't think it will. I think pistols are capped at scope 2x. Maybe a muzzle brake if I can manage it. Nope, won't take the scope. .4x scope does go into crossbows though, which makes crossbows very, very useful. Add a stack of 9mm. Complete the stack of 9mm. And top off our shell stacks. Good to go. I do need this skill point in lockpicking. 20% faster, 10% lower chance to break lockpicks. I don't actually believe that. Maybe if during the lockpick timer they actually showed you your break chance and rolls, I'd believe it. But no. I have seen no change in lockpick chance, regardless of that skill.
I'm gonna make you an offer you can't
Jim and Tim's
refuse.
Bullets and Booze.
Word of advice. Next time, you know the drill, asshole.
And he's still not going to have anything really good to buy until he restocks on day 10. We've basically bought all the books that are any good from him. Well, maybe bow hunters. Maybe I could get into crossbows.
A sale is a sale, even if it is to a scumbag like you.
More hooking, more hammers, more electrical traps. And one thing I really should do here is just build a storage box right outside where I can put things I intend to sell that he won't take yet. Alright then. Treasure map. It's not that far. And it'll help us expand our map a bit. What is that? Favales Academy. I don't know that one. It's tier 4. That makes it a spicy one. How about we don't throw ourselves headlong into another tier 4? No honey from that one. The world stops for eggs. Okay, these weird fingers of snow biomes stretching out across the land are very strange. We're mostly in forest, but there's also these snowdrifts that keep stretching out. Give me that nest. My bike is in the way. There we go. More egg. More egg. And now we get to another rash of digging. Stick with our usual strategy of stripping off the topsoil and figuring out where to go deeper when the circle gets there and decides to tell us. I maybe should have brought some coffee. closing in. It's still nowhere close to being precise, though. Oh, come on, where is it? There it is, outside the circle almost. Alright, so as soon as this is unlocked, we're going straight back to the surface, because last time I unlocked one, it spawned a wave on me. Hello? Nobody? Not this time, apparently. The money's good. Everything else, less than impressive. This pipe pistol doesn't even sell very well. And a bone knife 1? You're joking. Well, with that out of the way, we have a tier 3 clear to attend to. I don't want to hear a thing out of you. Got him. He's not dead. Now he's dead. We reduced his health enough that he went feral, which gave him the right to sprint in broad daylight. I don't understand why that's a thing. One of the fundamental options of the game is that it allows you to set how fast zombies can move during the day, and how fast ferals can move, which are supposed to be the specific class feral zombie, the ones with the glowing eyes. And yet, if any zombie can just go feral because you've reduced its health, then the must walk during the day option is valueless. Because any zombie, feral or not, can just decide it wants to sprint now. What were you doing up there? That makes no sense. This toll bridge thing is very strange. It's not even a POI of any kind. It's just a... There it is, NDC Checkpoint 2. Somewhere else I've never seen before. Alright, and we lockpick the police car. Learned our lesson there. Not much. The shotgun parts are okay. No. Seriously? This bridge isn't even over a river. It's over a long pool that only exists to justify the bridge. I don't know what else I am not likely to see while in there. So I guess I'll just store the seeds. Case in point. And here we go. I'm going to have to do this quickly. For the same reason we were completely dumpstered by the digging quest the other day. I do love these. Don't See a whole lot else worth buying. Interesting little back shed. More piles and piles of liquor, which is just beer or water. Not even worth searching. Now we're on the roof. Bird nests. No visible birds yet. Soldiers. Why are there soldiers up here? It makes no sense. Alright, what does this button do? It opened a door. Probably down that ladder. And I guess I can now make an anvil? Well, this is clearly a gun range. Bad dog. Missed the dog. That's why dogs are so dangerous. It's very easy to miss them. Oh, I see. So the button up here is wired all the way over here to this as its alleged power source. You know what? Boom. And is then wired to this pointless junction box that comes down the wall here to this door. And that's how you're supposed to know that that button opens the door. It's an awfully convoluted way of showing that. But I guess if it works, it works. I don't need that. Alright, who's next? Are they coming from the ceiling? Lots of gun store-esque materials in here. No surprise, as it is in fact a gun store. Not sure why he's got cookbooks in the cabinets, but we're not going to judge him for that. Warning, the owner of this property is armed, dumbass. Couple of level 2 armors. They're scrap. Are you having fun out there? He's just banging on the door, waiting for me to care. Not gonna happen. In fact, I'll put another door in your way. Oh, it only has 2 HP, so I can't fix it. Welcome to the basement. That nurse was in a box. And we're clear. So now we just have to loot while that last guy continues banging on the walls. This, I remember, had, forged iron in it. There's so much loot and grab here. I'm actually glad this gun safe is open and empty. Would not want to spend the time opening it. Now we have 5,000 health worth of ending chest. That's going to take forever. Let's try the lockpicks. More books, a pipe shotgun, bandages. Those are at least decent. Bunker Buster. I'll take a spare one of those. And now we're good to leave. You. Stop it. And just in time for nightfall. Time to go home and hide until daybreak. I keep passing this place with a giant hole in it. The Tan residence. And this place looks kind of stony. Tier 3, the D Smith. Some interesting buildings scattered about. Okay. Now my garden is fully grown. That height is how tall the corn should be. Nothing says growing, so they are good to be harvested. The mushrooms, too. Got some gardening seeds. Bunker Buster is technically a weapon mob. Technically. These things are for sale. And now the rest of the bike loot. Including and especially my Egg Empire. Eggpire, if you will. Wrong button. Doesn't matter. We are collecting a lot of 762 that I don't use. Alright, time to farm her up. Get the seeds at the ready. Immediately replace mushrooms. We also need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more farm plots to complete this grid. And I have 1 seed more than I can plant right this second. Can we make more farm plots? Hopefully. It's that, and this, and this. Well, I only need 5. Okay. Armor is still capped at tier 3. One more point to spend. I really can't afford to branch out into any other main stats yet. I could put points into mining, but that's not necessary right now. Not until we get better tools. So I guess with that in mind, it is, in fact, time to branch out into another stat. Where do we go then? Perception into Lucky Looter. A potential 25% loot bonus and increased speed. Treasure Hunter. Making our digging quests that much faster and that much more lucrative. It's a thought. Fortitude, also very strong. We can improve living off the land and improve our farming that much better. Up to triple for not much actual fortitude investment. That could also give us Huntsman, though I don't see the need of more meat. Meat is less useful than I'd like it to be. We get more pain tolerance, which allegedly improves our stun resistance up to stun immunity. This is a lie, by the way. And reduce HP loss by 25%, which is how much of your max HP disappears per affliction you get. That part does work. It also gives us healing factor, which could get up to gain 1 health every 5 seconds, and double healing speed for critical injuries. Iron Gut, lower reliance on food and increased buff duration from consumables. We also have increasing stamina regen when sprinting. We don't sprint quite that much. Nope, I know what we need. We need agility. Agility gets us archery for long-distance stealth kills, such as hunting. It gets us actual stealth, and it improves run and gun, which makes us faster when reloading. Up here, for an investment of 7 points of agility, plus the skill itself. No movement penalty when reloading. It also gets us access to medium armor improvements. And also parkour, which is an excellent perk on paper, but in practice, I hate it. And the reason I hate it is level 2 right here. Jump 1 meter higher. That extra jump distance makes you bonk your head on everything. any POI that requires you to jump is designed without this in mind. So a lot of POIs, you simply don't have the headroom to jump this high. And you can't turn that extra jump height off. So you just bang your head, rocket straight down, flub the jump, and in a lot of cases fall so far that you risk a broken leg. At least until you get to the next perk where you can't get a broken leg. And then the final perk where you can't even sprain your legs when falling. Zombie attacks can still inflict these states. So I think agility is our next stat, so we can get more levels of run and gun. Another thought is intellect. Intellect gets us better barter, which will improve all of our dealings. Daring Adventurer, which gain access to better trader items. Not that great. Not that effective either. I think they actually removed that part when they took out the secret stash. But 5% more dukes per quest completion, up to 10, up to 15, and this is the big one. 20% more dukes, which again is the money, for quest completion, and you can pick 2 quest rewards. You know what this counts for in addition to trader quests? Completion rewards over here. When you complete something like this, your 50 zombie vultures for 10,000 XP and ammo, this is treated as a quest. It creates a quest entry, and the next time you talk to a trader, that's when you're given the reward. So those are our options for diversification. Intellect to get into Daring Adventurer, and this requires a 10-point investment. Or Agility to improve run and gun with a 7-point investment. I'm thinking Agility. It has more to offer us for fewer points. So we'll just squeak along. This also can improve our handgun. So yeah, this has so much to offer. And I can choose whether to go archery or handgun, depending on whether or not I find a silencer. Though, to be fair, archery will always be quieter than handgun, even with a silencer. Because despite the name, a silencer only reduces the sound of gunfire. It does not eliminate it. So depending on how loud your gun was to begin with, affects how loud it will be after a silencer. The Humble Pistol, it doesn't say how loud it is. Is there any entry for gun loudness? No. Apparently weapon noise level is not a visible stat. So you'll just have to trust me when I say that the pistol's sound with a silencer can be reduced to near, but not 0. And then every pistol after that, even the silencer can't redeem it. At least in terms of raw noise. So if we go into handguns, above the pistol we have the 44 Magnum, which is a revolver. I don't even know if the silencer can go on this. But it doesn't help. It's still way too loud. You will not be able to clear a room stealthily with a silenced revolver. The SMG? You could silence this. This can be made practically silent, and it's a very powerful weapon if you have the skill point investment in it. An SMG-5 with agility gunslinger investment is as good as a tactical rifle, and it uses 9mm bullets instead of 7.62 ammo. So your ammo stacks give you twice as much ammo, because 7.62 only stacks to 150. 9mm stacks to 300, so you can carry twice as much ammo for the SMG. And it costs less gunpowder to craft 9mm ammo compared to 7.62. And then the final tier of handguns, the Desert Vulture. This is another 44 Magnum ammo weapon. And the silencer doesn't help at all. If you fire this thing, even with a silencer, in the wasteland, at night, at all, you will attract a swarm. And in shooting this to kill the swarm, you will attract more swarms. And then the screamer comes, investigating the noise. It's just a bad deal all around. Can't argue with the damage, but it makes this is not a quiet weapon and cannot be made one. That's a screamer on one of our doors that we spiked. Maybe it's dead. Maybe. That has told me something important. Which is that I should upgrade these spikes. Maybe the doors too. That should solve front door screamer problems. And now we can solve back door screamer problems even more aggressively. Which just leaves the potential of side door screamer problems. And honestly, maybe this door shouldn't exist. There. This X door is now a wall. Which means the entire lower floor here is now ours to use as we see fit. anything that would like to try to break in, they'll have to go through the 2 available spiked entrances, or they might start banging on the garage door. Which we also need to replace. I wouldn't mind actually taking over this garage for our own use. By which I mean getting to a roll-up door, which it looks like we could already make. Iron garage door is less impressive. And the bigger doors are powered, which I don't want to deal with. So this is roll-up door 5x4. 2, 3, 4, 5. 2, 3, 4. That's just it. This is not the right way. My ladder is here. I could also improve the doors downstairs to iron doors, so even if the spikes are breached, it takes longer to crack the actual doors. But first, let's make that roll up. And this is why I haven't made any variant shotgun ammo yet. Needs more gunpowder. It's a shame we can't disassemble bullets for gunpowder. If I were to scrap this, I would get either lead or brass back, and I can't remember which. I think brass. I know shells scrap to lead. Oh, we stopped. Ran out of fuel. I was sure I left enough fuel in there to finish that operation. More boiled meat for the at-home snack benefits. And we need more pumpkin pie. And we have mushrooms now to make steak and potatoes, so I could do that. Oh, the potato. And fat. my tasty at-home snack, food and water. I can just scarf however much I think I need. There's our lovely door. I just need to get this one out, which is 30,000. That's going to be a long, thankless project. I could hit this button, which would scroll the door up, and leave this a big gaping hole until I can take down all 30,000 of its health, which is not ideal. The other option would be to break all the floor panels. Which would be 25,000. Doors, especially large moving doors, technically stand on. Don't they technically stand on only the center block? Maybe I could break just this block and collapse the whole door. If this doesn't work, then we've at least learned something. Why am I attacking the block to the left of center? That's not what I'm aiming at. What? What? I'm trying to attack this block. Right here in the center. Not the one on the right, not the one on the left. This one here in the center. And it's not letting me. And this is 5 blocks wide, correct? 2, 3, 4. Interesting. The paneling of the garage door has misled me. There is no center block. But the door falls. At a much lower cost of effort. Now I've got to get cobblestone back, maybe a little concrete. this door is too wide to fit. So we need to break an additional horizontal rank. Hey Raven, welcome in. Trying to renovate a garage door here that was actually smaller than I gave it credit for, and a lot tougher than it needed to be. But it's a good use of the early morning before the traders open. Why won't you place there? Must be something wrong with one of these. It still doesn't want to fit in this space. It's too tall? This is a 5x4 door. One, two, three, four, five. 1, 2, 3. 3. Alright then. Work continues. I should have just left this garage door be. Especially since we've now lost these 2 blocks being flush. Because the terrain mesh is nonsense and worthless. The devs are allowed to have this half block of ramp, of slope here, inside the next block, but we can't. Well, the good news is, once we finish this, Rect will be open. Now, for the 5th time, and I can color it. Let's make it gray, just to blend in with the brickwork. Place. There. I don't know why it took so much effort to place, but there we are. We have finally captured the garage. It's ours now. Way to the trader we go. And good news, it's day 10. So his stock should have refreshed. At long last.
Hey, asshole, you better not bring any diseases into my store.
Shut up.
Now that you did the job, I guess you ain't that damn bad after all.
I could definitely stand to re-up my fire supply. He's offering some tier 3 infesteds at very long distances. I don't think we have the gear to do this, not on warrior difficulty.
Name's not important. What is important is if you can't say I'm not surprised. Look quick, buy quicker, piss off fastest.
Now what do you have? He's got honey. We're okay on honey. He's got crafting mags for everything we like. Another filter. I really want this filter, but it's actually, honestly, less important than raising our crafting levels. Harvest coffins for bones, jewels, and gems. Jewelry actually doesn't exist. So, that part of the description is a lie. Unless they mean gold and silver, which comes in nugget form. Not seeing a lot else that's terribly exciting. He doesn't even have concrete. There's no concrete in here. The monster. Okay. Increase our shotgun crafting, hammer crafting, tool crafting, handgun crafting, salvage tool crafting? Sure, while we're in the market. And I can still afford that filter, after everything. As good a use of our money as any.
Cha-ching! Thanks, buddy.
That brings us up to Pump Shotgun 4. That would be a worthy upgrade. As potent as the DB is, having an actual clip is still the dream. What'll this cost? 10 shotgun parts. Well, we have it. $70 steel. We don't have it. So I could basically go up to a 6 double barrel and waste shotgun parts and waste a legendary part. And that's all we can really do. At least now we're not collecting Murky anymore. Both of our dew collectors are filtered. I could try to collect some steel. Which is not a terrible idea. There are ways to do that fairly easily. And most of them are on these power poles. These fixtures aren't worth much steel, but it's steel, and it's free. I just like to break the power poles when I'm done, that way I don't confuse them for being a potential source of steel if they're not. In addition to the transformer cylinders that can be found on wooden power poles, there's also these street lamps, which can usually be found on metal streetlights. They're a bit higher up, but these give steel as well. The drawback is they take a bit more effort to break. Yep, it can be a very important trick. Going up 2 or 3 blocks like this makes you a much harder target for dogs, for example, which are otherwise very fast. Unfortunately, the building block has a health value of 100, which does not take long for the dog to eat. So if you're going to pole up, make sure you have an exit strategy. Can't reach. One more. No steel. Just scrap iron. Okay, how about this one? Three steel. Much better. %10 more sneak damage at night. Batter up 4. Power attacks increased chance of knockdown. Specifically for clubs, which I'm not using. So considering that upgrading to a pump shotgun will cost steel, which we can't make yet and basically don't have easy access to, actually performing the upgrade is not a good idea. Collecting all the steel, however, still is. If not for shotgun reasons, then for motorcycle reasons eventually. Speaking of motorcycle reasons, I still have to make a mini bike just to illustrate why the mini bike is bad. Where did my voice go on? Make a mini bike just to illustrate why the mini bike is bad. Okay, that wasn't the smartest thing I've done. I just open the garage door, reset the quest, and the POI reset with the door closed right in my face. Brilliant. I want to be able to make these garage doors that slide open like this. You used to be able to, but then they replaced them with these roll-ups. Oh, there it is. Wooden garage door powered. It has to be powered by electrical switches and stuff. The wooden doors used to be, you could just activate them by hand, and they could be powered if you wanted. Maybe that's still the case. Not sure. Be a real pain if it wasn't. Anyway, what's in here? Fertilizer. Wait, doesn't that mean nitrate? It does. Onward. Onward and downward. Bags of sand. That guy. Bags of concrete. Which I would be more excited about if I had a cement mixer. But I can't do a thing with the concrete without one. Oh, you heard that, did you? Doesn't matter. You're dead too. I don't know how he heard an arrow to the face from a silent weapon, but this apparently is the world we live in, where they can hear arrows. Consider that an arrow is quieter than a silenced pistol, and they still heard the arrow. I trust exactly zero that kind of door. I used to call them scare closets. But every time you see that kind of wooden door, chances are there's somebody in it. And that has always been the case for as long as the game has been a game. See? Scare closet. Just big enough for a guy means there's gonna be a guy in there. More often than not. Another one. Scare closet. That's a corpse. Scare closet. Almost every time. Pipe rifle. Pipe rifle is the earliest form of 7.62 weapon for the perception marksman track. It is the earliest and weakest sniper rifle. And it reloads like this. One shot at a time. Just like the pipe shotgun, but worse. Oh, we get this book anyway. It's not even worth having multiple pipe rifles because for each shot you have to aim down sight to actually zero in the iron sights and make it accurate enough to be worth firing. So unless you are really, really zeroed in on the perception tree, or you just want to go hunting, because it's great for animals at long ranges. But apart from those two uses, it's simply a terrible weapon. I would say currently one of the worst weapons in the game. A dubious honor that used to be held by the spear. Back when you threw the spear instead of power attack with it. What better illustration of how bad the pipe rifle is than to miss? Completely wasting the shot. Anyway, stop wasting time with the pipe rifle. Scrap the stupid thing. Soup stock. No recipe. Oh, it has recipes? It goes into gumbo stew. Which we're kind of getting to. And the can of chili. We've gotten to. I can make chili dogs. I'm just going to eat the soup, though. And it looks like this place is cleared out. This hole drops us back down basically to the start. So all I have to do now is crack this chest, loot it, and get out of here. And also kind of wonder what that slapping noise was. Somebody was beating on the walls somewhere. Biker gloves. 10%. Biker gloves gives you a melee damage bonus and is medium armor. If you like your melee weapons, this isn't a bad piece of medium armor. Biker is also just, in general, a good set. Also, that's our first beaker. We can now do some chemistry. But it's inefficient chemistry. Ow. A little higher than I thought it would be. The important thing is that we've finished that quest. Also try and read this while we're here. We can. One more treasure map on the docket. Our beaker goes here. This seed goes here. Actually, we can plant that. We have room. And let me also see. We have to make our illustrative terrible mini bike. It is cheap. 15 forged iron is not expensive for a vehicle at all. For that reason alone, it might be a little better than I remember. Because I'm pretty sure it used to be more expensive than that. Okay, parts. Tape and leather. And that's the chassis. Handlebars. Spring, headlight, short pipes. And we have the rest. Headlights I have tons of. And eventually we'll need a battery and an engine to finish it all off. Chassis, check. Handlebars, check. And yeah, 2 wheels, an engine, and a car battery to put it all together. The quality of the lead car battery does not matter. It used to. Back when the mini bike was first introduced, It was truly awful because it was comprised of 4 parts: chassis, engine, battery, and optional shopping cart basket, or shopping handbasket. And I think there was another part besides, but I can't recall. And the way you placed it was you placed the chassis on the ground and then added all the other parts into it as upgrade slots. And only when it had every part did it work. That was back when engines had quality grades from 1 to 5, from 1 to 6, and so did batteries. The grade of engine determined how fast your new bike would go. And the grade of battery determined how long you could have the headlights on. Yeah, if you turned on your bike headlights, got off the bike, and left it there, the battery would run down.
Well, looky here, boys. We got ourselves a real-life hero, and now he wants to be paid.
Alright, gunpowder, a nearby fetch and clear,
If you don't mind
Midway
getting your hands
Clinic.
dirty. Let's get one thing straight. Oh look, another dumbass stumbling into my shop.
And we sell off some things.
Don't let the door hit you on your way out.
We are slowly turning actual profit from these quests. And I just got that decent stock of gunpowder, so there's that too. How are these doing? Ready 1, ready 2. So that means battery, we'll just take a level 1 because it doesn't matter anymore, and an engine, and some gas. We'll need it. Wheels. Forgot the wheels. Fortunately, I have enough wheels. And in a minute and a half, we'll have a mini bike. Which means after this next quest, we'll have a mini bike. Ooh. Got ourselves out of that hole. D. Smith residence. Isn't the D. Smith residence where our quest is? No. Midway Clinic. D. Smith is where we just were. Also, I have no idea what that noise is. We'll leave them to figure themselves out. The heck was that noise? Oh, this guy. do love more shotgun parts. Alright. Midway Clinic. Begin. By relooting this outside stuff. More seeds. What are all these seeds doing out here? Doesn't seem like the kind of thing that should be in the trash of a clinic. Right, in we go. Window breach. Hi! He was just in the wall. Armor crafting and a book we have. Paper. Locked. Ah, that's why he smashed his way out of the wall. That's where we're going. Any other jump scare surprises? Not yet. The scare closet. Another book we already have. Scare closet. They'd be less banal if they weren't so predictable. That wasn't predictable. He was... I don't even know where he was. Up there on the shelf, crouched, hunched over. I wasn't aware of the red dot until after I had opened this cabinet. We have gone 7 days without an accident. Appropriate. And the rest is too blurry to read. Oh, we have a rope into the ductwork. Kind of surprised nobody's smashing out of the walls the ductwork to come and get us. Nobody in the bathroom stalls. Because they were in the next bathroom. And behind the counter. Batter up 6. Power attacks with clubs have a chance to ragdoll. Which is different and distinct from stun and knockdown and every other term they use to describe that exact phenomenon. We swear. I don't know why I'm finding so many blueberries in here. Double scare closet. Both locked. And I hit the glass door. Another closet. Now we're outside. I see a dot, which apparently is a snake. Snakes are nasty little buggers, especially in multiplayer. Probably the hardest target to hit in the game, especially if you're even just a tiny bit laggy. Another copy of Mountain Lions. Don't need a stone sledge too. And we're almost done with the home cooking line. Just 10 books to go. Hey, a wall safe. And this guy. So about that wall safe. 2,500. Not a lot of health to crack through. If you are specifically using the perception stat, and you have invested heavily in Demolitions Expert, be careful with these safes, because the increased explosion damage, capping out at plus 50%, also applies to those timed charges. And a timed charge on a wall safe will completely destroy it, or can completely destroy it, leaving you with no loot. All I see out there is corpses. That looks like that is the ending loot, because that's the locked chest. So that leaves me wondering what this button does, and why I will regret pressing it. But first, scare closets. It must unlock one of these doors. Okay, not what I expected it to open. How do we get there? Oh, it also opened this door. This place is not clear. There are more problems. Oh, those are some problems. Particularly that cop. Who wants some fire? Now we're clear. This looks like the dispensary area. And these glass cases, I can see bottles on those shelves. So let's get in here, grab some more paper. And a sewing kit. Of all the things that could have been on those shelves, I didn't even think that was an option. I didn't think I could be disappointed that much. Why can I interact with this vending machine and buy from it when it's clearly shattered and I could just take whatever I want? I've never seen a vending machine be functional and look damaged. I'm not usually an eye candy kind of guy, but +5, +10% loot stage, while I'm right here at the end, ready to open the loot, seems like there's no better time. So let's open and unlock, well, let's unlock everything. Eat the eye candy, and then open everything, so we get the loot bonus everywhere. That's now unlocked. That's now unlocked. We'll break these open. Have this. And now we open everything. Shotgun parts, metal. 5 charges. Trigger group full auto has some potential. Another gravedigger. I think we leave behind or scrap the gravedigger. I don't want that. Armored up. Scrap the gravedigger. Last box. I don't think the eye candy did very much for us. I'm expected to believe that without the eye candy, that loot would have been slightly worse. Oh, I need a replacement cast. I kind of want that bandage too, but we are completely full. So, where did I park? Quick stack the seeds. Couldn't be easier. How were there so many crop seeds in this place? We also have a drop to contend with over there. Could be something useful in it. But in order to make it useful, I need more than 3 inventory slots. So we'll drop our stuff off, talk to Rekt, drop his stuff off, then get the airdrop. That's a lot of drops. Don't have any seeds to drop off because they are in the bike. And we have a lot of stuff to sell. These books, this cash. This iron goes back into the melting slot. Brass we're selling. The charges... I'm going to call charges a weapon. Locking this slot so when Rec takes it, I can put the cast over there. As for our bike load of seeds... planted and stored. And we already have multiple serrated blade rods, which we're not going to need. We've completed the mini bike. For all that's worth. We have access to the off-road headlights mod, which costs steel. It's a good mod, but not worth it yet. The mini bike, true to its name, is kinda dinky. What I want to call attention to here is that the bicycle's speed, 8 meters per second, slow. The mini bike's speed, 9 meters per second. It used to be identical. It's still terrible. It does at least have another 2 rows of storage. Is that worth the trouble? I don't know. I wouldn't say that's worth the trouble of basically the same speed and not using stamina. Personally, I think the darn thing is a waste of gas.
Well, you proved me wrong. Now take your reward and get the hell out of here.
You call these rewards? Wrecked, I'm disappointed in you. Very disappointed. This is nothing.
You better take this job.
Sandvik residence,
Whatever. If you want a job from
Kostecki residence,
me,
and this is just not miles away.
Well, good luck. By the looks of it, take a look at the shit I got, but don't expect me to cook it for you.
Just buy my garbage and shut up. He's got a whole 20 gunpowder for sale. It ain't much, but we'll take it. Reflex Sight's a pretty good mod. Be a good addition to our pistol, since we don't have a proper scope for it. I don't know if it can go on the shotgun. I highly doubt it. It might be worth looking. Other than that Reflex Sight mod, he has nothing left to offer us.
Be careful out there. You wouldn't want to get hurt.
Reflex Sight does not go on the shotgun. But it will go here. You can see it as a little red dot sight, which we now use. Much better to pinpoint with than the iron sights alone. I guess it's worth it. For the improved storage, and for no other reason. I think I still have to make some pipe bombs for a challenge. Yep, 20 pipe bombs. So that's gunpowder, plant fibers, and pipes. Anything else? Nope. That's the full list. $20 is our entire gunpowder stock, pretty much. Not at all what I wanted to use that on. But that gets us closer to this completion reward, and it's worth a little chunk of XP. The rest we are locked out of until we advance further down Forge Ahead. Though I could make a bellows and anvil. Do we need either? Anvil have, bellows no. Leather, short pipes, tape, and nails. An actual use for nails, how rare. Oh, put that in the slot. And the purpose of the bellows is that it increases the rate at which items in the melt slot are melted. Kind of important for clay here, because clay is slow to melt. The last thing we need is a crucible. And a crucible we're most likely to find or buy, because making one requires maxing out workstations at 75 books. And it's stupidly expensive to make anyway. So, whenever the game wants us to have steel is when we'll get access to steel, and not before. I have a treasure map to attend to, and an airdrop that is over here on this road for some reason. And now we've got to listen to this puttering engine the whole time. I wonder if vehicle upgrades make it any better. We don't have access to any yet besides the headlight booster. But I do wonder if cramming fuel saver and supercharger into this would make it worth riding. As it is, yes, it is technically an upgrade, but I will always hate it. One biker boots. Reduced melee stamina is not to be ignored, especially with something like the sledgehammer. Biker boots may in fact be my boots of choice, once I can get to the point where I can make them at a decent level. We get a free drink, a little cloth, some cornbread, crafting magazine bundles, and a farm bundle. Cornbread will make us some chili dogs, or some tuna fish toast, if I have tuna and cornmeal, and peas for that matter. Fists, electrical, armor. We gained a level of knuckles, don't care. Did not gain a useful level of armor. Still holding out for armor level 4. Run down the chicken. Hooray, fog. Just what I always wanted. I do hope this treasure is actually in the snow biome, though. Turns out, no. We will be digging dirt exclusively for this. Once again, forgot my coffee. So the reason I strip a vertical layer like this before bothering to go downwards is twofold. First, it makes it so the bulk of the hole is shallower, so if I accidentally drive over it with some kind of vehicle, it's less likely to get stuck in the hole. And the second reason is just less aggravating tunneling. You might have seen from our last digging expedition just how long we spent drilling around underground, trying to make enough room for ourselves to move and still be able to find the target. Yeah, come this way. Or I can more easily shoot you down. Oh, I called the other one too. I called 3 of them. I guess that's what I get for making noise. You feel weak. Fatigued, cured by vitamins. I don't have any vitamins. Not on me, not at home. So that's going to be an hour and a half of game time. Actually, of real time. With 10% damage vulnerability and reduced max health. I just never brought any vitamins home. I always use them on site. Another case of assuming I'm later in the game than I am. Because normally you just kind of end up swimming in vitamins. Because they do so little. Actually, one of the things the vitamins do is disease resistance. I wonder if they'd make it possible to drink dirty water or eat bad food without catching dysentery. Because what they're intended to be used for is to give you temporary immunity to zombie infection. which if you're eating vitamins specifically for the infection resistance, then you are planning to take a lot of hits. And in the process, you will definitely be collecting a lot of other nasty afflictions that vitamins don't help with. Is that it? That is it. Iron Sledge 1, useless. Some money, some ammo parts. Not an impressive loot stash. I am, again, very disappointed. And now we have stuff to drop off, and another quest to take care of, which I think we can do before nightfall. That is a mountain lion. Those big cats are pretty fast. Basically wolves at twice the size. And they have a new leaping animation and attack that they didn't have before 1.0. They used to just run at you and swipe. Now they can pounce, which is even more frightening. Once I pull in, I'll check the medicine box to see if I actually do have some vitamins. It'll be better than just assuming. I can also snack on some of that boiled meat to make sure my food and water stats are maxed out, and it'll give me some health in the process. Okay. Farm bundle. Some seeds, seed crafting, and 3 farm plots. Cowon bread, which is definitely more ingredient than actual food. This is for sale. I'll just put that in the trader box rather than dealing with it immediately. Spare ammo. Armor plate piece thing, dummy what? And some iron. Now, how about that? Ah, good. Vitamins. Problem solved. Now I have access to my entire health bar. And I need to chow on like 5 of these. Roughly. What I need to fill is half of my health bar. Is 50 food? No, or half my food bar. Is that 50? Or has my stomach gotten bigger? It's gotten bigger. We no longer have 100, we now have 131. That'll bring us to 115 if I do the math, kind of. No matter. The important thing is that we have one quest left for the day. You can hold shift to sprint on a vehicle. It's most obvious that you can do that with a bicycle, but you can actually do it with motorized vehicles as well. Which is when you hear that nitrous oxide puff, and the mini bike, at least, makes its engine go into a higher pitch. I don't know if doing this is less efficient on gas. I would assume that it is, but I've never done any testing to that effect. All that really matters to me is that it gets you to your destination faster. However marginal the speed up may be. Huh. This place is a bit bigger than I would have assumed. And we have two cars attending a multi-car pileup. Uh-oh. How about you don't? No. We successfully prevented the acid burst. You are feral. But it doesn't matter. Maybe I can get a good bit of gas out of this before actually starting the quest. If nothing else, we can get a good bit of steel from harvesting all the gas pumps. Two knife. Chili for chili dogs. Next squad car. A 5-pipe rifle. Garbage. And some light ammo. There are just so many vehicles out here to loot. Which honestly could be more valuable than any of the stuff inside. One mechanical part? Yes. Because I will be wrenching which will result in a lot more mechanical parts. There's even an ATM. This is the most lootable stuff I have ever seen outside a POI. Usually, all the valuable stuff is on the inside. But we've been given the biggest active parking lot I've ever seen. Pumpkin seeds. I actually want to keep those. Batteries don't stack. Pumpkin seeds should be uncommon. Everything else I think I'll be getting lots of soon. That one spare shell. It's a disappointment to its family. Whoa, where'd the sun go? Buddy, don't you start. I don't even need shot shells for you. Alright. This noise is going to be happening for quite a while. There's even street lamps to harvest steel from. At least I have enough repair kits. Imagine taking apart a whole semi-truck in seconds. Wait a minute. There was a vending machine over here. It wasn't food vending. If it was food vending, I'd be looking for, I think Hacker's Candy. Improves salvage yield. Another thing you can do with gas pumps that should be obvious, and I shouldn't have to mention, is that if they take too much damage, they explode. Considering how many gas pumps are under this one awning, that would be a Michael Bay level of explosions. Excuse me. I'm busy. There's also, it should be noted, a slight problem with doing this. This is considered banging on metal, and these vehicles and pumps are considered metallic objects when they're destroyed. We are really tempting the heat map and inviting screamers by doing this. But the steel... I hope the police car just is destroyed when I'm done and doesn't trigger its alarm. Oh hey, Harvest Car Parts is complete. That's the other reason I was doing this. Okay, squad car gone. What can I store that doesn't stack? Batteries. Engine. I think that's it. How about we store these parts as well? Some other bits and bobs that I shouldn't see a bunch of anytime soon. Most of this other stuff is all car parts, though. We'll definitely be seeing more car parts in very short order. I could make a marginally better wrench if I had the materials. But we don't have the materials or the skill. A wrenching project of this scale would be much better tackled with a higher level tool, say a ratchet. The ratchet noise is at least less annoying. The worst part about all this is once I'm done, we'll reset the POI and then have to do it all over again. The sheer amount of assorted loot, though, is going to be worth it. The gas alone. Considering how long all this wrenching is expected to take, however, this is going to be our last quest for the day. Which I can say pretty confidently, because this will take us a long time. It's also really nice to have salvaged 32 steel, and we're not even done yet. Also on the chopping block, though slightly less obvious, any vending machine that doesn't function can and likely will yield some steel of iron. Don't do this to vending machines that do work. They will electrocute you. I've also never tried wrenching an ATM, but if it's going to yield iron, well, even if I do get more forged iron from this, it's not worth chewing through 5,000 health. Yeah, don't wrench interactable vending machines. You will regret it. 'Tis painful. Alright, I have a full stack of brass radiators. Let's start scrapping those. They can take a while. But the brass, once scrapped, is easier to stack and sell than 5 radiators at a time. Alright, forget that last truck. I am truck wrenched out for the moment. Those cars, too. Don't care about those cars anymore. $35 steel. And we can still do better. First, I need to clear all the zombies that have reappeared. Like Officer. Being careful to angle my shots away from the pumps, so there's no risk of blasting. This guy is still feral. He was feral before, and he was just feral again. Hang on. If that one is now non-functional, this one is also a drink machine. No snack machine means no hackers candy. Come on, open up. Under $700. And I'm going to leave the rest of the cars alone. At least in terms of wrenching. I mean, gas and materials or no. You gotta draw the line somewhere. I like potato seed, though. Not such a big fan of hop seed. Hop seeds just go into beer. which, while good for a brawling playstyle, doesn't help me aside from possibly making med kits. No. But that double barrel one will become a shotgun part. A worthy sacrifice. Come on, don't fight me. Nope. Cloth, little ammo, and ranger boots, which have a stamina bonus. And a laundry list of penalties compared to what we have. No, thank you. More cars to loot, and the last brace of gas pumps to wrench for steel. Broken wrench again. It's only a level 1 wrench, we have to forgive it for being so very flimsy. I'll take a mushroom seed. I can now make a wrench 3, if I had the materials. Still kind of lacking on tape for that, though I could make tape. Is that enough tape? Yes. With that wrench 3 on the way, I've been granted renewed vigor for shredding the rest of these vehicles. Damage against coyotes. Home cooking. "30 seconds to new wrench." The other thing I think I'll stop wrenching at is if we get to 5 brass radiators again. There's the new wrench. Keep on with this one until it breaks. Or we reach 5 radiators, whichever comes first. My other obvious problem is that time is a ticking away. This is a tier 3 after all, and we are in the final hour before nightfall. Making this continued wrenching very stupid and risky. I guess I should call it here. More engines, more batteries, a bunch of just random vehicle components. And nothing else stacks. So this is the inventory I have to work with. We have about half of an in-game hour. To knock this thing out. Which, if I do any looting at all, I'm not going to manage. So, we go in, we go loud, we smash everything, and we loot when we're finished. And I'm already stymied. Where do we go? Oh, hole in the bathroom wall. Come on, bring it on. I have shells for everyone. More ceiling crusaders. You guys want to play in the ceiling? Come on down. Hi. Would you, get down from there? And please stop having a face. Thank you. Huh. That's it. There's my satchel. Except for this guy, we're done. So now it's time to loot the place. And ignore the fact that he's out there. Actually. Now we'll ignore him. Because now he's dead. He just doesn't know it yet. Yep, he's dead. His last scream sounded closer. which was a little odd. But in the end, he was not, in fact, any closer. Don't need that. Don't even need to scrap that. That bone knife is just garbage. Unless there's some challenge we're missing. Nope. Harvest with a bone knife? We did that a long time ago. Pipe baton 6. If I was an intel base, that would still not be exciting. He must have just spawned out there. Like, as part of it being nighttime and me not really being over there. There also doesn't seem to be a quick exit from here. The only way out is all the way back through. Unusual. More recent POI designs tend not to do that. Coffee. I'm not spending an inventory slot on corn. Or cornmeal, for that matter. Corn seed, though, I already have in my bike, I'm sure of it. I want those peas. Okay. You know what? I have these for a reason. Coming through. Now, we have a quick exit. Oh, I didn't have corn seed in my bike after all. And now I'm wondering if there's anything up here. Or a way to get onto the roof. Okay. Let's check out the top of this thing and the roof before we leave. I'm just curious. Doesn't look like there's anything up here, but a bunch of holes. Oh, weapons bag. Just a shotgun part is not very impressive, but still nice. Uh-oh. Let's pack this part away. And is there a ladder or something to the roof? There's a staircase to a second floor. That was never mentioned or touched upon. Why was the second floor simply not part of the POI? Oh, hi. I heard him coming. I forgot it was night. I didn't expect to see him sprinting. Rude. Now there is roof access. The bird, which we missed twice, with a shotgun. And another secret weapons bag with another shotgun part. And a baton part, which I'm not even taking to sell. And that's it. That's the Passing Gas Plaza. Really nice place, as POIs go. We get to chug home with our inventory full of several parking lots full of cars. And then tomorrow we can turn this in again and get back to business as usual. One thing I can definitely say is to the mini bike's credit is it's very efficient on gas. Did I just take damage from nothing? I heard some kind of oof noise. Anyway, stuff needs to be put away. Lots of stuff. Especially including my heavier bike. It has so much more room for garbage in it. Mega Crush, technically medical. Tuna, an ingredient. More cloth. Despite having over 2 stacks of cloth, that's still not enough cloth and may never be. Because cloth goes into tape, and tape is needed for tons and tons of things, often in very large amounts. There are my pipe bombs. I can make use of those sometime. And some of this is done, some of this is growing. I'm going to wait until it's all done before I harvest any of it. And now I have all this to deal with. Look at all these engines and batteries. You'd think that was too many engines and batteries. You'd be wrong. Oh, I need these. Top that off. And then vehicle. Have some batteries, some engines, headlights, oil. Materials. Enjoy your car parts. That's for sale. These are weapon stuff. Sewing kit, technically medical because it has medical uses, but it's also a material in many things. Finally, that chili. Let's make some chili dogs. And with the peas and tuna and the other cornbread, the other thing too. So I can make the chili dogs, which are very quick to cook. What is keeping me from this? Cornmeal. And animal fat. It also takes 2 cornbread per. That's a bit of a mess. Can I make another cornbread to make this worthwhile? We'll deal with all that later. Hot chili dogs are made. Food 53, health 30. Kind of impressive. It takes a chili can, and you also have to make the cornbread. But this food value is worth more than the sum of its parts. So, if you have the chili cans, it's worth making. Now for the tuna fish gravy toast. We also have yucca and snow. We're missing blueberries, which we aren't actually missing. Sure, I'll bang out 10 of those. Apparently didn't require water, because it's using the yucca juice. These are still cooking. I think I do need to get some more meat. We boiled away basically all of our basic meat. There's our first tuna fish gravy toast, worth 90. And 45 health. Is that worth it as a foodstuff? Absolutely not. It takes 2 cans, 2 cornbread, and a cornmeal. It's just not worth making. There are better foods that require less materials and less effort. Pumpkin pie and steak and potato meal for the win in that regard. And of course, hobo stew, better than both, includes a water bonus. It just happens to consume rotting flesh. Don't think about that too hard. Alright, these being worth 50 should keep us in food comfortably until I run out. Then we'll pull out the steak and potato meals. But I think with all that, we're done for the day. Here's our yucca smoothies, stamina regen, 78 water. Better than pure mineral. Doesn't have the cure dysentery and deficient digestion properties. Instead you get cold resist for some reason. But, you know, whatever. It doesn't have to make sense. And with all that taken care of, it's time for me to go. It's been a good time. Made a lot of progress. Died again. Explored some new POIs, some better than others. We'll be back to business as usual tomorrow. Until then.